a experiência que ele tem em palco, em oratória, traz uma responsabilidade enorme para mim. Mas, de qualquer maneira, antes de falar em nome dele, eu queria parabenizar vocês pelo esforço, Rômulo também, de trazer esse evento acontecer aqui no Ceará. É um evento, nós temos trabalhado, né, o Jorge já mencionou o encontro com a Irvana, e a ideia de trazer para cá, a Irvana sempre defende turismo e transição energética. Desde o começo ela falava sempre sobre isso. E também queria saudar minha colega Vilma Freire, assim, companheira de governo, sempre apoiadora. Acho que é importante mencionar essa parceria. No momento que nós estamos trabalhando tanto por transição, não só a transição energética, mas a também de comportamentos, principalmente em relação à equidade de gênero, eu acho que o nosso governador, quando formou o seu secretariado e propôs 50% de mulheres nesse secretariado, eu acho que foi pioneiro no Brasil. Ele, de uma certa forma, inovou em relação a isso. E essas parcerias com essas mulheres no secretariado têm ajudado muito o avanço do governador Elmano. Acho também importante mencionar e agradecer aqui a Federação das Indústrias, também, que tem sido um parceiro nos temas empresariais, principalmente industriais, aqui representado pelo amigo Carlos Prado. E queria mencionar também a minha valorosa equipe, Ludmila e Alberto. Acho importante mencionar o engajamento deles, porque é uma equipe pequena, mas que não nega fogo em nenhum minuto. Seja 5 horas da manhã, seja 11 horas da noite, mas está sempre junto. Obrigada a vocês. Mas, então, agora vamos à fala em nome do governador. Senhoras e senhores, é uma honra para o Estado do Ceará sediar a Cúpula Mundial sobre a Transição Energética. Esse evento, que foi organizado pelo Instituto Global para o Futuro do Turismo, Instituto Winds for Future e o Advanced Leadership Foundation, em colaboração com o governo do Estado do Ceará, sem dúvida é um evento mais significativo sobre a temática no Brasil, no ano de 2024, para a discussão de um assunto preocupante e com alcance mundial. Agradeço a todos envolvidos na organização desse evento, de projeção internacional, aos participantes que prestigiam com suas presenças e vieram de tão longe. Esse encontro reflete o reconhecimento do papel central que a região nordeste do Brasil, com destaque o Ceará, exerce no cenário global de energias renováveis e de inovação sustentável. Esse momento é oportuno para discutirmos os desafios impostos pelas mudanças climáticas e as vastas oportunidades associadas a esse segmento. O Ceará tem sido pioneiro na transição energética. Acho que aqui também devo mencionar o doutor Jurandir, acho que ele aqui também deve estar presente, que também foi um grande estimulador do início de tudo que a gente está vivendo hoje. Teve um começo e já tem bastante tempo, e eu acho que é sempre bom lembrar as pessoas que participaram do começo, porque às vezes a gente encontra as obras já em andamento e tudo torna mais fácil. Parabéns, doutor Jurandir, principalmente sempre pela parceria e disponibilidade em relação ao governo do Estado. Bom, como eu estava dizendo, o Ceará tem sido pioneiro na transição energética, atuando como um verdadeiro polo de inovação e desenvolvimento sustentável. Nos últimos anos, nos consolidamos nossa posição como referência nacional e internacional na geração de energia limpa, especialmente das fontes eólicas e solar. Nosso abundante potencial natural, com vários recursos de vento e sol, tem sido maximizado por meio da tecnologia de ponta e investimentos estratégicos, fazendo o Ceará um celeiro atrativo para a produção de hidrogênio de baixa emissão de carbono. Uma das iniciativas mais significativas dessa jornada foi a aprovação do marco legal que regulamenta a produção de hidrogênio verde no país, onde o Ceará teve forte participação. Aqui eu abro aspas, porque acompanhei o esforço do nosso governador, a articulação das empresas, das entidades representativas das empresas, do setor privado e a capacidade de articulação do governador não mediu esforço. Eu acho que isso é importante que se diga, que muito do que aconteceu tem o envolvimento direto dele, que precisava ir a Brasília, ele ia incansavelmente para fazer que isso acontecesse no Ceará. Como fato que reforça a nossa participação em 2023, a primeira molécula de hidrogênio verde, se não foi a primeira, foi uma das primeiras moléculas de hidrogênio verde, foi produzida aqui, no Complexo Industrial e Portuário do PECEM, pela empresa EDP. O CIP, com a Zona de Processamento de Exportação e Infraestrutura de Excelência, tem se consolidado como um hub estratégico para o desenvolvimento de projetos de hidrogênio verde. Empresas que se instalarem no complexo contratarão com licença prévia, já contarão com licença prévia, reduzindo o passe inicial das licenças ambientais e otimizando o tempo para implantação de suas operações. Vilma, aqui também, você como secretária de Meio Ambiente, parabenizar também a atuação da SEMASSE, que tem sido também muito parceira e muito rápida em tentar agilizar os processos de licenciamento. Parabéns, amiga. Além disso, o reconhecimento internacional da ZPE Ceará, esse ano, pelo jornal Financial Times, como sendo uma das 10 melhores zonas de livre comércio do mundo, e uma ZPE altamente recomendada pela sua sustentabilidade, devido à estratégia na eficiência energética, processos de reciclagem e no projeto de utilização de água de reuso, reforça que estamos no caminho certo. No mês passado, tive a honra de assinar, eu não, o governador, né, claro, ao lado do vice-presidente da República, Geraldo Alckmin, a resolução que aprova a primeira fase do projeto industrial para a produção de hidrogênio verde de uma empresa que se instalar na ZPE. O projeto, com um investimento previsto de 5 bilhões de dólares, reafirma nossa vocação como um dos líderes de transição energética global. Nosso compromisso com a transição energética está alinhado nas políticas e ao interesse do governo federal, conforme disse nossa ministra Marina, acabou de falar. Até 2029, o Ceará contará com novas linhas de transmissão, permitindo a integração das usinas de energia eólica e solar ao Sistema Interligado Nacional, viabilizando definitivamente a expansão do hub de hidrogênio verde no Ceará. Meus amigos e minhas amigas, tendo esse avanço, só é possível graças aos investimentos estratégicos que estamos fazendo para a formulação e educação dos jovens cearenses. Estamos investindo fortemente na qualificação da nossa mão de obra, fator fundamental para que possamos avançar nos projetos. Um exemplo disso foi o início das obras ainda esse ano, no novo campus do Instituto Tecnológico da Aeronáutica, em Fortaleza, em parceria com o governo federal. Com os cursos de Engenharia de Energia e Engenharia de Sistemas, estamos preparando as futuras gerações para enfrentar os desafios de um novo mundo cada vez mais voltado para a sustentabilidade. Nossas universidades desempenham um papel fundamental para atingirmos nossos objetivos. Como exemplo, são os laboratórios associados de inovação e sustentabilidade da Universidade Estadual, que oferecem infraestrutura de ponta para o estudo, pesquisa e inovação em energias renováveis. Essa rede está aberta à colaboração de empresas, investidores e cientistas que queiram desenvolver e expandir o conhecimento em tecnologias sustentáveis. Não podemos deixar de destacar o projeto HTEC, projeto desenvolvido pela Secretaria de Ciência, Tecnologia e Educação Superior, FUNCAP e SENTEC, que formará e qualificará mais de 11 mil técnicos em energias renováveis para o ano de 2026. Por fim, destaco a Rede de Pesquisa e Inovação em Energias Renováveis do Ceará, lançada no início desse ano, uma iniciativa pioneira no estado do Ceará, voltada à realização de pesquisas básicas e aplicadas, formam colaborativa e multidisciplinar para a transferência de tecnologia voltada ao setor de energias renováveis. A rede, composta por mais de 100 pesquisadores, ligado a 26 unidades de pesquisas e 14 diferentes instituições, impulsiona soluções em energias renováveis, transportes e combustíveis sintéticos, aplicações industriais e hidrogênio verde. Esses são apenas alguns exemplos que destaco e que colocam o Ceará na vanguarda da transição energética do Brasil. Senhoras e senhores, a realidade é que a transição energética não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade. E aqui no Ceará estamos prontos para enfrentar esse desafio com responsabilidade e inovação. Nosso compromisso com o futuro é claro. Buscamos desenvolvimento sustentável que traga prosperidade para a população e que posicione o estado do Ceará como referência mundial em energia limpa. Agradeço a todos que estão aqui, que nos honram com suas presenças e dispostos a discutir, não só discutir, mas também agir. Juntos podemos transformar o mundo em um lugar mais sustentável, inclusivo, justo e inovador. Desejo um excelente evento e que possamos continuar trilhando o longo caminho que estamos iniciando para a transição energética mundial. Muito obrigada. Em nome do governador, eu estou particularmente feliz de estar aqui. Até me lembra uma musiquinha aqui do Roberto Carlos. Quando eu estou aqui, vendo esse momento lindo e sabendo que nós vamos realmente transformar, vamos participar ativamente da transição energética, o estado do Ceará, porque temos as parcerias estratégicas. O mais importante de tudo isso que o governador mencionou aqui, de suas realizações, são as parcerias estratégicas que o Ceará tem construído, porque, afinal de contas, é um momento assim, de muito risco, há necessidade de muito investimento, mas assim, o que é fundamental é que a gente possa estabelecer esses laços, viu, Jorge? Você é um entusiasta, como do Ceará, que tem apoiado muito, investido muito e acreditado muito no Ceará. Então, eu agradeço a todos que estão aqui, pela confiança em nome do governador, e vamos juntos fazer essa transição e ajudar a transformação da economia do Ceará. Muito obrigada.
Bom, Rosé, muito obrigado. Fantástico, como sempre, estar com vocês, com o governo. Para fechar, eu gostaria de lembrar a todos que um evento como este se faz a 4 mãos. Não somos nós, nem é muita gente que intervém. Eu gostaria de prestigiar e andar a subir aqui no palco para fazer uma foto com todos aqueles que realmente temos no coração de todo este trabalho. Si, por favor, se pudiera ser Irvana e Vilma, se pueden subir con la gente, por favor. Secretaria de Turismo y Secretaria de Ambiente. Encuentro social.
Ahora, la persona más importante, en realidad para mí, que no lo mencioné, pero que sí puede subir, Román Rodríguez, presidente del Consejo de Escolas Ocurrentes y presidente de mi instituto también, Instituto del Futuro del Turismo, por favor.
Pues no centro. Bien. Gostaria que nuestros sponsors nos acompañaran porque ha sido imprescindible, ¿no? Por parte de AQER, gostaria que nos acompañaran Armando Abreu y Luis Blanchard, nuestro presidente mundial, lembrando que AQER tiene investido ya no Estado 6.000 millones de reais, o sea que nos está ayudando mucho en esta transición. Y por supuesto, como no, a Quinto, que está aquí con nosotros, Hugo Chance, Quinto Energy, que es líder en la Bahía en energías renovables. Si Hugo pudiera acompañarnos no palco, por favor. Por supuesto, también a Marcus Vinicius con Huawei, si puede acompañarnos también. Fantástico la colaboración que nos está haciendo con y realmente comprometidos con transición. Por parte de la FIEX, pues si puede venir Carlos Prado, por favor. Y Vinicius Gibrail de AGAI, si es posible, o AGAI, ya no sé ni qué idioma falo. Como no, Rómulo Suárez, puede ser porque que pinto mi brazo derecho y amigo do alma. Si puede ser aquellos que me acompañaron en Nueva York, que Sergio Gabriel y Yurandir Picanso, por favor, gostaria muito que se acompañara aquí. Si estuviera aquí igual, y también sería fantástico de FIEC, no sé si él está aquí. ¿Vale? Y estaré olvidando, esqueciendo mucha gente, disculpa de corazón. Mas Luis Faro, si puedes subir con la gente también, por favor. Luis, por favor.
Também se pode subir a secretária de Indústria, Brígida Liolia, por favor. Miola, desculpa. Brígida, desculpa.
Muito obrigado. Se podemos... Ludmila, por favor, pode nos acompanhar. Você ha hecho mais horas por esse evento que ninguém. Ludmila, por favor, da Secretaría de Asuntos Internacionales. Y finalmente ya nuestro gran motor, el motor del Estado, que es el Banco Nordeste, Eliane, por favor, nos acompañe. Superintendente de Estado. Muito obrigado, vamos a registrar una foto y muchas gracias. Ay, esqueci mais Janus, por favor, presidente de la Sociedad Consular. Si vos está aquí, por favor, rogaría mucho que nos acompañara.
Amigo, obrigado. Parabéns. Maravilhoso. Não, esse momento, né?
Gracias, George. ¿Me quedo yo en el escenario?
Sí, te quedas tú y pasa todo.
Fortaleza tá bom, meio ambiente tá bom. Ixi, fechou eu.
Tira eso, sí, nos vamos ahora.
Bueno, thank you very much, everyone, and please take a seat. I would like to call on stage Ms. Congresswoman Linda Sanchez from the state of California to join us on stage.
Okay, that's okay. They let it the speech on
Yes.
thing, but I don't know if they have somebody who can
Yeah.
run it.
Let me ask. So, thank you so much for being here. Congresswoman Sanchez, she will give us a keynote speech about the global future of energy, the challenges and opportunities in the U.S., what has the U.S. done in the past 4 years and in the past for energy transition, and what are the key challenges in the future with the new administration upcoming. So thank you so much for joining us. She will give a brief conversation, a brief presentation, and then we're going to have a conversation. Welcome, Congresswoman.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. I am Congresswoman Linda Sanchez, and I represent a portion
of Southern California, Los Angeles, California, in the United States Congress. It's a privilege to be with you here this morning to discuss crucial issues of U.S. energy policy and its impact on Latin America's economic future. As we all know, apologies. As we all know, energy is the lifeblood of any economy. And with a new U.S. administration coming in and single-party control of Congress, we do anticipate a significant shift in the energy landscape and trade dynamics between the United States and Latin America. Before we begin, it's important to acknowledge that climate change is not just an environmental issue, it also poses a significant economic and security threat to every country. The longer that we delay taking meaningful action, the greater the burdens on future generations. Latin America, particularly here in Brazil, which is home to critical natural resources, rainforests, freshwater reserves, and biodiversity, will face some of the most severe consequences of global warming. While the first Trump administration focused on energy production and deregulation, the Biden administration pushed for greater investments in clean energy and climate action. That shift presented a unique opportunity for collaboration between the United States and Latin American countries, accelerating the clean energy transition. Under President Biden's leadership, the United States made record investments in clean energy, both in terms of generation and infrastructure. Two key pieces of legislation, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act, have already committed billions of dollars to transform the U.S. energy grid and promote clean energy technologies. These landmark laws represent a game-changing moment for the future of energy and the opportunities for Latin America to partner with the U.S. on this ambitious agenda are immense. Under these two laws, the U.S. has committed more than $500 billion to green technologies like solar, wind, electric vehicles, and infrastructure, including battery storage, for both production and for the end consumer. This has created opportunities for Latin American nations to collaborate with the U.S. on clean energy production and technology sharing. Some of the key provisions under these two laws include clean power production credits. The IRA created tax credits and incentives for the production of clean energy, such as the Clean Power Production Credit, which incentivizes
subsídios para os consumidores também foram apresentados subsídios como os créditos tributários que vão prover mais de $75 mil de créditos para novos veículos elétricos e 4 mil para utilizados. Nós tivemos aqui uma abordagem neutra, técnica. Importantemente, a nossa Receita Federal deve ser neutra, o que significa que vai envolver novas tecnologias limpas com as suas imersões. Como nós nos preparamos para a segunda gestão do presidente Trump, é importante reconhecer que as políticas de energia sob o segundo mandato do Trump vai mudar muito do foco de energia limpa da administração do presidente Biden. Como eu mencionei anteriormente, a primeira gestão do Trump e a sua abordagem foi focada em combustíveis fósseis, desregulamentação e maior produção de energia, e teve um impacto significativo nas relações dos Estados Unidos com a América Latina durante a primeira administração. Então, a pergunta que sempre me faz é o que vai acontecer agora, na segunda gestão do Trump. Então, durante a campanha dele, ele disse que nós vamos ter uma revisita à produção de combustíveis fósseis de carvão. Eles vão buscar retirar as regulamentações para aumentar cada vez mais a produção dessas fontes. Isso pode levar a uma produção maior de combustíveis fósseis, né? Principalmente prejudicando a América Latina. E também vai buscar um aumento de exportação para a América Latina, países que são muito dependentes de combustíveis fósseis. Bom, isso pode nos levar a maiores oportunidades de negócios para nações latino-americanas, mas vai prejudicar muito a transição para a energia limpa, entrincheirando as estruturas dos combustíveis fósseis. Em relação ao comércio, na primeira administração do Trump, a primeira política americana, a gente vê alumínio e outras mercadorias, incluindo as mercadorias da América Latina, serem prejudicadas. Durante a campanha, o Trump indicou que ele iria ter tarifas mais ainda altas se ele voltasse à presidência. Scott Bessner, que foi nomeado secretário de Tesouro, que é oriundo da Wall Street, também apoia esse aumento de tarifas. Em algumas semanas, ele disse que as tarifas podem aumentar as receitas para proteger indústrias americanas e também como uma ferramenta de negociação com os nossos parceiros.
That the tariff gun will always be loaded and on the table, but seldom discharged. Bessent has touted a 3-3-3 economic plan. He said that it would involve cutting the budget deficit to just 3% of gross domestic product by 2028, the last year of Trump's second term. Currently, it is running at about 6 to 7%. So we were talking about cutting the budget deficit in half. The second point that he wants to make is he wants to boost GDP growth to 3% through deregulation and pro-growth policies. And finally, he wants to increase U.S. energy production to the equivalent of an additional 3 million barrels of oil per day. It should be noted that the United States already produces about 13 million barrels of oil a day, the most that we have ever produced in U.S. history. So adding an additional 3 million barrels per day could be difficult. While President-elect Trump's protectionist policies aim to reduce U.S. reliance on foreign imports and boost domestic production, they could also strain our trade relationships with important U.S. allies. For instance, just this week, he proposed new tariffs on the United States' 3 largest trading partners, a 25% tariff on goods from Canada and Mexico, and an additional 10% tariff on goods that come from China. Mexico has vowed to enact similar tariffs in response. President Claudia Sheinbaum said, "To one tariff will follow another in response, and so on, until we put our common businesses at risk." In contrast, Canadian Prime Minister Trudeau said he will meet with the officials in Ottawa, but that his country is prepared to work with the United States in constructive ways. If enacted, tariffs on Canada and Mexico could violate the U.S.-Canada-Mexico trade agreement. And I find this particularly interesting given that the USMCA, the trade agreement between the United States, Canada, and Mexico, was one of President-elect Trump's signature accomplishments in his first term. That agreement is set to be renewed in 2026, and the negotiations are expected to begin next year. So the question is, will the Trump administration's use of these tariffs as a bargaining tool in those negotiations, will they use it as a bargaining tool in the negotiations as Treasury Secretary nominee Bessent has indicated? And will the Trump administration even pursue another multinational agreement like the USMCA? Unlike President Biden, who favors multilateral agreements, including the Indo-Pacific Trade Agreement that his administration was pursuing, President Trump is skeptical of them. In fact, I would expect the incoming administration to pursue few multilateral trade agreements, whether that's or multilateral agreements, period, whether that's trade, international security, or climate change. President-elect Trump generally opposes these types of agreements, preferring instead to try to negotiate bilateral agreements by negotiating one-on-one with other nations. For example, under Trump's first presidential term, The U.S. withdrew from the Paris Agreement because of the unfair economic burden he believed that it placed on American businesses. While climate agreements are likely off the table, his America First agenda could still support certain clean energy technologies within the United States, such as wind and solar. Thanks to the Democrats' Inflation Reduction Act, many of the U.S. investments are occurring in Republican-controlled districts, and as their members of Congress are likely to seek to maintain those investments and the jobs that they support under the new administration. I will note that many states that are run by Democratic governors will also step in to fill the void created by the federal government. For example, consumers right now can receive a $7,500 tax rebate for purchasing an electric vehicle. President Trump has indicated that he wants to end that program. However, California's Governor Newsom said this week that he will push for the state to enact the incentive instead if it is taken away at the federal level. California is the largest state by population and has the most electric vehicle sales. So it will be a meaningful step forward and toward encouraging more consumers to purchase an electric vehicle, not just as impactful as it would be at the federal level. Latin America's growing renewable energy resources paired with U.S. expertise in battery storage and smart grids could enhance both grid reliability and resilience across the nation. The shift to the clean energy economy presents enormous opportunities for job creation, particularly in solar, wind, electric vehicles, and battery storage sectors. Latin American nations can collaborate with U.S. companies to train workers, establish joint ventures, and create union jobs that are the key to the green transition. The U.S. has also made significant investments in electric vehicle infrastructure and their incentives. Latin American nations can take advantage of this by expanding electric vehicle infrastructure and securing access to U.S. energy technologies such as lithium, cobalt, smelt, and copper. With China currently controlling much of the mining and processing of these minerals, the U.S. may push for greater access to these resources. So that is one area of potential cooperation between the United States and Latin America. Additionally, the Biden administration prioritized clean hydrogen hubs, investing $7 billion in projects to accelerate clean hydrogen production. Even with the Trump administration push for more fossil fuels, there could still be opportunities for Latin American countries to engage with the U.S. in hydrogen production. There are also opportunities for collaboration on energy storage and smart grid technology. All of these changes will have an impact worldwide. For Latin American countries, there are several challenges to navigating the potential policy shift under the Trump administration. As U.S. policies return to fossil fuel expansion, Latin American nations rich in these resources will face stiffer competition. And countries that rely on fossil fuel imports may delay investments may delay their investments. So I guess to conclude briefly, I would say that we will see this shift from investments in renewable and clean energies and once again turning towards fossil fuel and coal. However, just because the federal government is taking a step back from their investments doesn't mean that states and even cities won't take up the charge of trying to move our population to renewable and green energy. So with that, I will conclude, and I will take questions from Jorge.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I think you covered most of the topics that I think we discussed this morning. So my conversation is to go a little bit more in depth about what you just discussed. And for example, Given all the regulations that the drawbacks and regulations for President Trump, how do you, in the role of the U.S. government, how much do you think that the private sector could fill those gaps?
Yeah, I think that's a really great question, because with government taking a step back from those investments, I think it is going to increasingly need to be the private sector that steps in to innovate and to create partnerships where we can begin moving the country towards clean and renewable energy.
One of the things that probably a lot of people don't know, but you come from probably the most innovative, industrious state, not only in the U.S., but in the world.
Yes, and we would be the 5th largest economy in the world if we were our own country.
Your own country. And not only about the largest company, it's about innovation, it's about all the different things that happen in California, which are amazing. Which areas do you think are the most challenging to address the energy transition problem that we are having in the next few years or in the next few decades?
So I would say affordability is still foremost in consumers' minds, even with the tax credits, for example, for the purchase of an electric vehicle. Because of the high cost of living in the state of California, for many families, even if they wanted to make those investments, it's difficult for them. So we are waiting to see if, as production increases, if the cost per vehicle drops, then I think that would be a further incentive to help middle-class families move towards renewable energy. So cost is still a factor in that transition. It always would be more helpful if the federal government were as invested in that transition as the state is. But like I said, even if the federal government steps back, California continues with their climate goals in terms of reducing emissions and making the transition.
And I mean, not as a criticism, but more as a hindsight, do you think that there were missed opportunities during the past 4 years to secure more policies for energy transition, not only with the electric vehicles, but also energy efficiency, renewable sources of energy? Do you think that, IRA was the most ambitious project? The IRA Act was probably since the moon, since trying to go to the moon. I mean, it was $1 trillion or something. It was unbelievable. And many of that passed through your committee as well, that you had to enact that. Do you think that, do you think that you could have done more? Because I think you did amazing, especially not having the majority in the House. So that was pretty impressive.
Well, that's the thing. I think there is always more that can be done, but we are talking about once-in-a-generation investments in moving our country towards renewable energies. They weren't just promises. There was money that was put behind these ideas. And I think if there was, any missed opportunity, it was probably to try to get the money out more quickly, so that people could begin their clean energy projects more quickly. There's always a delay time between when you enact a piece of legislation and when it's actually implemented. And I think if that time period had been shorter, we would have seen those investments hit the ground much, much sooner.
Yeah, red tape as always. No, all the different ways. I understand. Just a couple more questions, if it's okay. Basically, maybe this is more my question. Do you foresee, and you have always been known to be right in the middle, you're not an extremist, but do you foresee a bipartisan collaboration in this area in any way, shape, or form in the Congress? We had another expectation of the results for this Congress. We all did. But now, which area do you see any areas of bipartisan collaboration?
So it's very interesting, because the most recent elections really will kind of determine what will happen in the next Congress. We did expect that Democrats would control with a majority. That didn't happen, but the Republicans will control, but with a very, very slim margin, which means they will have to be very united in order to pass any legislation. And there are members, like I mentioned in my remarks, in whose districts these investments have been made, and they've created jobs, and in order to continue that, those investments will need to continue. So it will be against their interest to vote for bills that will take that that money back or stop those investments, because that will mean loss of jobs in their districts. So if you think that it will only take maybe 2 or 3 members to not support clawing that money back, I think the Republicans are going to have a hard time of it. And I think the Democrats will try to work with those Republicans whose districts would likely be most impacted to try to continue those investments in renewable energy. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, and I mean, not all Republicans are MAGA, and not all Democrats are woke, and
Right.
there is a lot of places for collaboration.
Yes.
You come from a district in California where primarily young people. It's a Democratic district, but with young people, with minorities. A lot of minorities that they truly believe in. It's new generations that they have impregnated, and I mean, they live digitally and they live renewably. You know, they are sustainable by default. What message would you send to younger people about the future of the U.S. energy policies? That it seems, at least in the media, that it's going to go backwards. We know it's not, but I mean, people are not excited anymore about this happening. What would you say to your voters or to younger people about this?
Yeah, I'm always very heartened about the future of our environment, because for younger voters, it is one of the most important issues that they think about. The problem is that they're not single-issue voters, so they don't just vote based on a candidate's environmental policies. If they were single-issue voters, I think that clean and renewable energy would get far more attention. So while it's topmost as a priority for them, it's not how they vote. And I think there is, probably some pessimism, given that Trump has already signaled he wants to return to fossil fuel production. But I like to tell people, again, that many states, including oil-producing states like Texas, have done major investments in green and renewable technologies. So it's not just woke or, progressive California that is making these investments. And I think for younger voters, I would tell them, it's important that they pay attention. It's important that they elect people who believe in the policies that they want to see happen. But they do see climate change and the environment and the reliance on fossil fuels as one of the most important issues for their generation.
Fantastic. And lastly, this is, I promise, my last question, but since there are so many international organizations, different countries, we're in a different country as well right now. And, well, the Biden administration, one of the things that they actually tried to do was to reestablish the U.S. Global leadership in addressing climate change. Well, President Obama, he was fantastic in Paris. The Paris Accord was done mainly because of that pursuit of the Obama administration. The first thing that Trump did on his first administration was retreat from Paris. The first thing that Biden did was go back to the Paris Accord. So how do you think the international community will perceive and respond to this anticipated changes in the Trump administration? And what role should the U.S. Congress have here, and particularly as a minority in the Congress right now?
Yeah, so it is somewhat disappointing, I think, when you saw Trump's first administration. He was very isolationist, very America first, go it alone. He questioned many of our, not just economic alliances, but our strategic military alliances, and really took a step back from the world stage. Biden, when he came in, wanted to re-engage with the rest of the world, with NATO, with other countries in terms of moving us towards energy independence and renewables. So I think, it will be hard to deal with Trump in the next administration. If people think that he will be as engaged in Biden, I think he will take more of an isolationist step back. And I think the U.S. needs to lead on these issues, but Congress does have a role to play, and we can continue to make those connections with other countries, to do things, as I said, not so much on the federal level, but state or even cities. I mean, cities are transitioning to solar-powered buses, to, clean and renewable and green energies. So, as a member of Congress, I have been down in Latin America trying to make those connections so that if there is interest in collaboration, we can get folks like the governor of California to make those connections in other countries and see if we can, together come up with solutions that don't require the federal government's, involvement in those.
So there is light at the end of the tunnel.
There is always hope. There is always light at the end of the tunnel.
Thank you so much, Linda. Thank you for your time.
Of
Thank
course.
you.
ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who are interested in participating in the debate, A1 regarding the energy transition in the carbon market on the atmosphere stage, please take your seats because we'll be getting started with the debate shortly. For those interested in the debate A1, energy transition and the carbon market, which is going to happen in the atmosphere stage, please take your seats. We'll have as debaters Lourdes de Alcântara Machado, Executive Manager of ACX Brazil, Robert Gavin, CEO of the RGB Corporate, Breno Figueiredo, who is co-founder of Dextron Technologies, and as a moderator, we'll have Joaquim Rolim from the Federation of the Industries of the State of Ceará.
2.
Agora deu.
Deu. Pronto.
12.
39. Gente,
Ele fez 800.
alô, alô?
Não, eu tô no 31.
Olá? Olá, olá,
O
olá.
31 é outro. Alô? Agora deu. 31.
Deu certo?
Marcelo, doutor Jean Paul,
Ele tá...
Jonas, 31. Opa, 32 já pagou.
Alô, alô? 39. Canal 39.
39 agora.
Oi, testando.
Hello, 1, 2, 1, 2, testing. Test the English channel, interpretation.
Agora que começou a funcionar.
Testando o canal de inglês aqui para interpretação simultânea. Teste 1, 2, 1, 2, testando.
Como é que eu... Para não mudar. Coloca para puxar mudar. Se eu conseguir falar.
Posso? Não, segura aqui só para me arrumar, ficar bem bonito.
Alô, alô?
Bom dia a todos.
Uma satisfação enorme.
For speakers, greeting everyone with great satisfaction. I'd like to greet Dr. Romulo, who is there, and congratulations for the initiative and for the participation. And first, we'd like to give the floor to Mrs. Lourdes Alcântara Machado, is Executive Manager of ACX Brazil, to talk about these relevant themes. How can we align energy transition and carbon markets? So please, Mrs. Lourdes, with great pleasure, we have your presence here.
Bom dia, gente.
Good morning, everyone.
Eu ouço eu mesma, pera.
Well, I can hear myself here. Just a moment.
Bom dia, pessoal.
Good morning, everyone.
É um prazer estar aqui com vocês.
It's a pleasure to be with you here
Agregar aqui a esse
to
debate
add
sobre o
to
papel
this
do
debate about the
mercado de
role
carbono na
of
realidade.
the carbon market in the reality.
Chamo Lourdes Machado.
So, my name is Lourdes Machado. I'm a lawyer by training, as just my colleague at my left hand. And I've been working in this market for over 20 years, since my graduation. And I believe this is a thing that permeates the whole of our discussions on the matter for so long now, and it generates a mix of enthusiasm and concern in this moment where science points out that, data points out that we are way past the Paris Agreement goals time. And can you hear me? Can you hear us? No, I can't hear you well. Can you hear her well? Yes, can you? No? So let's ask for some assistance. Oh, the audios are being mixed, right? Yeah, it's because it's being chopping off. So please, can I continue? Please restart.
Vocês estão me ouvindo, gente? Agora está melhor?
Can you hear me well? Is it better now? Okay.
Ótimo, obrigado.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, I'll keep speaking.
Bom, enfim, retomando, né?
Well, so going back, I was saying that about this moment. No, wait. Sorry.
Vamos ver se volta.
Let's see if he
Será que
comes
tem o
back.
hino do Corinthians enquanto
Should
isso?
I sing a soccer hymn
Alô?
of Corinthians here? I think it's not going to be good
Melhorou?
in Ceará, right? Oh,
Aí,
is it better now? Okay,
boa.
good.
Então,
All right.
falando um pouco aqui,
So,
retomando do que eu estava comentando antes,
coming
né,
back
dessa
to what I was
situação
talking about
de
before, about this
preocupação
moment which brings us concern
uma certa, vamos dizer
and
assim,
let's say a bit of
decepção com os resultados que acabaram de ser
deception about the
divulgados.
results that
É,
are
falando
recently
um
off
pouco da minha
from Baku.
trajetória, né,
Talking a
como
bit more
advogada aí
transition,
trabalhando nesse
my trajectory as a lawyer,
tema há mais de
following up
20
this theme
anos,
for over 20 years
e
now.
recentemente
And
fiz essa
recently,
mudança
I
de
had
área
this
e entrei
uh,
aí na
this
ACX Brasil.
career change, and I joined ACX
Ela é uma
Brazil.
bolsa
And
que
ACX
foi
is a carbon
fundada em
stock
Singapura.
established in Singapore. Can you hear me?
Isso.
Lourdes, please. Let's try this one here. Let's try this one.
Alô?
Hello?
Se for aqui, melhora?
If it's here, it gets better?
Boa.
Okay, cool.
Deixa eu tirar isso aqui.
No, let me just remove this one.
Fica falando comigo mesmo.
Please keep talking to
É.
myself.
Hã? Third time, let's see.
Yeah,
Enfim,
the time, let's see how it goes.
falando um pouco sobre a ACX.
So, talking a bit about ACX.
é uma bolsa de
ACX
carbono,
is a carbon stock.
foi estabelecida inicialmente
It's
em
been established
Singapura,
initially in Singapore,
depois se expandiu suas
and then
atividades
it's
pra
expanded
Abu Dhabi,
its
e
operation to Abu
recentemente,
Dhabi, and
faz
recently,
pouco mais de
a little over a year, we established a partnership here in Brazil to
uma integração
seeking
na forma de
integration from
comercialização dos
the
créditos de carbono que já existe
carbon credit integration platform or integration already existing in the carbon credit registry system that was created in Brazil in attendance to a specific resolution that obliged the investment funds in Brazil to register their carbon credit in an environment which was regulated by CVM. So based on this initiative, ACX started to operate here in Brazil and do purchase and sale transactions of carbon. And I've been working with them over this last year. And this has been a very relevant, very interesting experience, especially in this moment we are now living, because, well, we have this position of, well, can we see the half full or half empty glass? I don't know. After 20 years working with this on this matter, and we get to this point, we see and say, what now? What's going to happen to the famous carbon market? Are we going to make it take off to use this? Are we going to use this economic system to reduce our emissions to a lower cost, or are we going to swim and die at the beach? So, because on one hand, we get to see very concrete advancements. I could say, could highlight results from Baku COP in the recommendation of Article 6.2 and 6.4 and the Paris Agreement. It's something that has been expected somehow to take place in these negotiations, the multilateral negotiations, but we've finally reached a point of agreement that allows for the implementation of the entire system for those market system since the Paris Agreement. Sorry, it's breaking off again. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me now? Can anybody say hello? Is it working? Okay, cool. So we managed to have this advancement in Baku with this Article 6.2 and 6.4, and parallel to that, we had the so awaited for approval of the Paris 8.2 in the International Congress, which is the one that regulates carbon market in Brazil, and it's something that was expected, waited for many years now, so Brazil could join other over 70 jurisdictions that have already regulated on this theme, be it by carbon markets or systems of cap and trade or carbon tax systems. So, well, with that, I believe we we earn some breath in the sense of full implementation of those agreements. But on the other hand, we have a series of concerns, especially related to the matter of climate financing, which is something I believe my colleague will speak a bit in the future with more propriety than myself. And regarding the carbon market, I see it this way. I believe in the present day, we have again a golden opportunity. Brazil is going to host COP in Belém. It's going to be a historical moment for Brazil after 3 COPs done in countries that highly producing with high production of oil, be it in something hosted in inside a forest with a great political pressure, especially with this COP in Baku with social movements, and we believe in COP 30 is going to be very intense. This political movement that will take place, but it's also a movement. Other countries will be called to show, to present their new goals for reduction. We've presented our in Baku to get a COP together with Emirates and I believe, and as Marina Silva, our minister, said, it's a very daring goal for carbon reduction. It's the Brazil wants to take in the face of international markets, but it puts some weight on, let's say, also put some very weight on the implementation of the carbon market in Brazil. And a goal for carbon reduction that depends on the fight to deforesting here in Brazil, and
questões fundamentais de natureza fundiária, de natureza, regulamentar, de implementação do
Código Florestal. Regulation for forestry coding in Brazil. I believe it's a big challenge ahead, both in the political and in the practical viewpoint, so we can reach Belém COP with something in better shape as possible, so we can actually benefit from those market instruments to be able to advance. I believe that's about it. I'll give the floor to my colleagues. Okay, excellent. Can you hear me? Okay, fine. Oh, sorry, guys. I apologize for the problems here. It's because my earbud has got a bit of a delay, so I couldn't synchronize it properly in my head. But it's part of, I'm sorry. But let's recover floor on the content. As I said before, well, we have 3 large specialists, and I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Robert Gavin, who's a specialist, a lawyer, with large operation in the carbon market and finances in the world scenario. I'll ask him for 5 to 6 minutes for his speech, for his first speech.
capital markets are that there is a uncertain lead-in time. When the capital is deployed, you may not get a return. The return may come in year 2 or year 3. For a lot of private equity funds, that's insufficient. They may be guaranteed a quite high return in year 4, year 5, year 6, but there's a reluctance still to take that investment risk. I think that's the first point about problems that we've seen as we look back over the last 10 years. Secondly, there's a kind of an uneasy area around reputation management. Some companies like a project, but they don't like the location that it's in. They don't like the government of the country that the capital is to be deployed in. There's all sorts of extraneous factors that are inhibitors to really good projects, important projects in the sustainable energy sector needing to be financed. And there's, if I can say one thing overall, there's a tremendous lack of urgency about how the money's deployed. Without offending money managers and asset managers, their priority is to look after their capital and their shareholders, and that's it. They generally speaking they're not invested in mind and heart and soul into energy projects. In my experience, they see it as a pension fund that are told by the owner of the fund, you must now deploy 7% of your capital into ESG projects, and they're astonished. How do I do that? How do I do that so quickly? So those are really practical inhibitors to capital flow into sustainable projects. The other obvious point when we talk about the hydrocarbon producers and the criticism of them COP after COP, although I was at COP 28 in Dubai, and I find it quite interesting that there was quite a significant participation from hydrocarbon producers because of the location. And I personally don't like the ideological division between the sustainable sector kind of holding its nose when it talks about hydrocarbon producers, especially when you think very practically, a lot of the infrastructure that we need to accelerate in sustainable projects comes from the hydrocarbon sector. All of the plastics in all of the projects come from the hydrocarbon sector that we're castigating. So I think we need to be much more grown up and mature about how we speak to different aspects of the energy sector. And I think if we do that, then we can bring some of the more hardline producers on a journey. And I think we're all on the journey. In my career, I was a non-executive director in an oil and gas company. I was, God forbid for saying it, I had shares in a coal company years ago. So, we kind of live and we learn, and we see what the world's needs are as we go on our own educational arc. And as that's true personally, it's true in terms of how we will work more efficiently around if there are two sides in the story, it has to be the needs of the scale projects and the capital needs. And I'm so honored and grateful to be here. I think it's a wonderful idea. I love the way this conference is called Energy Transition. I think that's super important because it is a process, it's a journey, as I'm trying to repeat in this bit of what I'm saying. So maybe what we should think about then is just some of the highline numbers. The International Economic Agency or Energy Agency says that roughly in 2022, 2023, 1.3 trillion was invested into sustainable energy, which sounds like a big number, and it is a big number. But doing the kind of global sums, the number should be 4 trillion. So we're 2.7 trillion short last year or the year before. You can already see that impacting the political class when they go out and defend what's your country doing at kind of COP29 level, because 2050 net zero starts to sound a little bit complicated, doesn't it, if you're already suffering such a capital shortfall. And then you get position taking. Then you get countries and companies trying to explain why this year they weren't able to hit their targets. But mostly it's not because there isn't political will. I think there is. And I think since we've seen this in the Biden administration, you can even see the big Wall Street banks that were always guilty of greenwashing, or at least the allegation was that they were simply in it for reputational reasons beyond actually caring about the sustainable energy market, whereas now they're quite strict rules on no further investment into fossil fuels. And if a bank makes that decision, it's not because they kind of want to, because it could still be profitable. It's because they believe that it's the right thing to do to protect their image and their reputation. And I think that's good. The pressure that's been put on those big banks and big global corporations as well. But it's not sufficient. So the different types of funds out there, the green investment funds, I don't need to repeat it all. We all know they're there. Green bonds, public-private partnerships. It all sounds good, and you get kind of excited about it. But if this is the first year of this Energy Transition Conference, imagine in year 3 where we could be if today what we decided to do was something new on the capital side. So if I have one big idea to share with you, it's this. I think that we should, all of us here, become advocates for a single global green fund, a GGF, and a global green fund that can have subordinate players who are already achieving the 1.3 trillion, right? You know, continue on that journey. But also, we can then target in a more meaningful way the 2.7 trillion shortfall. Why that's a shortfall, who's not doing enough, and also try and be focused on the fact that it will be truly a global fund. So I don't want to hear arguments about colonialism. I don't want to hear discussions about emerging economies or global north or global south, or even political interplay inside countries about the last administration did this and we want to do that. I don't think we have time for that. I think we need to be very laser focused, and I think we need to be very clear-sighted and high-minded and look at this from a top-down result. Because if there was, and it's not because there's lack of capital, I mean, there's more capital in the world than 4 trillion a year. It can easily be deployed. One asset manager that I'm thinking of at the moment has $20 trillion under management, one. And there's several of those. The top 10 of those, if they contributed less than 10%, we would be well over 4 trillion. So, you know, we know where the capital is. We know who holds the capital. Generally speaking, they're not nation states. Generally speaking, they are not even banks. Generally speaking, they are asset managers and funds that are not even well regulated. There's not a lot of transparency about their holdings, but we know enough to know that there's a very significant amount of capital there. So they're beneficiaries of the hydrocarbon sector in the past, and they should be active participants in the sustainable energy future. And if we were able to put that into place, then I think we could see within, like, let's say year 3 of this conference, that would be 12 trillion deployed. And that could be deployed into what you will hear the hydrocarbon sector complain about. Lack of infrastructure, lack of transmission lines. We're already spending on R&D. We are in the carbon credit world. We are paying our way. So, I mean, I think that the carbon credit sector has been excellent in terms of raising awareness, and I think it's 815 million this year. It's projected to grow to 2 trillion as a market. I personally think that a lot of that money could be better spent if it was focused not on the sense of an exchange of an interplay of carbon credits, but more directed on, as I say, my mantra today is that we need to accelerate how international capital deploys itself into sustainable energy projects. And it should be in the most efficient way possible, in the fastest way possible, with the least regulatory oversight possible. The barriers to, as I've just said at the beginning, you know, capital being put into a wind farm project that's not going to make money until year 3, that shouldn't be an issue if there's a global green fund focus on the overarching necessity for a good transition. And I mean, obviously, the last thing I want to say in this part of my talk is, and I've alluded to it once before, but it's important to really deep think this. The big hydrocarbon players need to be encouraged, and I mean economically encouraged. They need to be participants in that global fund. I'm thinking of one company in particular that I've personal experience of, Acciona in Spain, that started out its life as a pure hydrocarbon producer and is now completely in the sustainable energy market. So there are companies out there that can kind of be reference points and lead the way. But if we could leave here today or tomorrow, all of us thinking about the 4 trillion as a hard number, the 2.7 trillion shortfall, and the fact that you can't solution that with 3,812 different types of funds in different markets with different rules, because it's too confusing for the project providers who literally really want to build wind farms, geothermal, solar plants. The need is obvious, and the urgency is great. So that's what I'd really like us to reflect on.
Excelente argumentação, debate aí do senhor Robert.
Excellent argument, excellent debate provided by Mr. Robert Gavin. I'd like for his great guidance and hints, and also highlight the need an international fund, a global fund focused to cost the large projects we'll have for energy transition and green products. So I'm now taking the word of Mr. Breno Figueiredo, who is also a specialist in the theme, and he has specialization in this field as well. Also, he knows renewable energy theme very well. And here in Northeast, we have a financial source of this theme, and also the Caatinga biome, which is great in opportunities and great challenges, but also great opportunities. So, Mr. Breno, please talk about these systems. Good morning, everyone. I believe everyone can hear me, right? Thank you, Joaquim. Thank you for the organizers of the event. Well, I often say I have 60 years of work and 41 of age, and I've been in the energy sector. I've been from the federal government, and I've been in the financial market for 15 years now, and the last 10 years handling sustainable finance. And we've come from a group that has Dextron as our technology arm, a global partner for IBM, for the implementation of corporate ESG for the companies. We have another company, which is Infrapar, that develops carbon credit projects. We've delivered 9 different projects in the last 3 years for Ahead Plus and agricultural carbon. We also have an arm of infrastructure development. We've developed an aeolic park, which as Joaquim said, in Rio Grande do Norte State some years ago, in the times of reserve energy. And here in the Northeast, we also have partnerships from ASPV lawyers, because we consider ourselves specialists in operation with regulated businesses. So as the infrastructure sector was, and as the sustainable finance is, as the energy transition sector also is. And also like to highlight to people that ESG is not a fashionable item. It's a cost reduction item. It's leveraging of resources. It's a exponential growth, and it represents well. And we live in a moment before being within very inside the historical moment. We don't notice it. And if we look at we lived into the industrial revolution. We've lived the transition from slavery, and in every moment we've overcome this movement with technical progress and capital. And this is what we've been doing since ECHO 92. So at the time we're living nowadays, energy transition and the decarbonization programs and the carbon credit market, I like to mention it's a transition market for market, but as it was done in the first time, nations all over the world understood that we had got to a breaking point. We needed a new productivity leap, and that meant to say that we developed over 300 years in the industrial revolution, large energy technologies and organizational standard and labor standards that have been exhausted, and it was caused because we've come to excavation in large scale, consuming in large scale, developing projects in large scale, and the planet we live now doesn't grow exponentially as our capacity of development, as does our capacity of consuming energy, as does our capacity of consuming from the world, and as does our capacity of consuming raw materials to give operational infrastructure as a whole. So in this moment we're living now, Because of this, from 92 up to now, we have three large international agreements between among nations and they generates everything that we are discussing here. It generates energy transition, generates carbon markets, generates redirection of capital markets. And there are those who got famous. One of them is the greenhouse gas one. We also have the other matter of seawater heating, the poles, the defrosting. So we're talking about there was an agreement on climate. Just to remember it, we talked. It went by Kyoto, and remember the period of Kyoto Agreement in 2019. Then it was replaced by agreement, Paris Agreement, and now finally we are years after we are reaching to the regulation finally of the Article 6 that disciplines transfer of or one of the mechanisms of financing this transition we are living. And we have another agreement which is the biodiversity agreement, which less spoken but is now coming to be highlighted, and it started from Nagoya, then went through Canada, and we began having the first negotiation on biodiversity credits. And now we also have another sadly forgotten agreement, which is the desertification agreement. We've lost 20% of the drinking water in the planet, and this week was released another study that says the rotational axis of the Earth has changed 0.8 centimeters because of the dislocation of water on the soil. And the reason we are all together here, as we were in the COPs, as we were in Cali in Colombia, as we were in Baku as well. Cali in Colombia, we went to discuss the biodiversity 1 month ago. In Baku, we went to discuss climate 1 month before, and we are now discussing energy transition here. And the reason is one: we've come to a point of exhaustion of the country. We can no longer keep developing our survival method. We're using the technologies we have nowadays. How many billions of people at the time of the Industrial Revolution we had to choose between the steam moved train and the carriages? We managed to do that using the planet reserves, but with 8 billion people, we can't do that. I mean, the planet doesn't take it. So, and it started showing some signs of stress. The first, greenhouse gas, global heating, and it's the most known. And we like to mention that we've hired, we had 1.5 extra degree for the 16 months of change if compared to the industrial revolution periods, and it's we lost in 16 months the 1.5 which we should be pursuing up to 2030. We already have NOAA's, NASA's, the international confirmation that the nucleus of the country is the acceleration, the seas are heating, and the solar in the ice is defrosting. So it means everybody here needs to undergo that transition. So as I was talking in my past, I started my career. Now I'm going to end it as an econometrist, climate economist. We are going to be able to overcome and reinvent ourselves once again with this, with technical progress and with capital. That's what we are doing. That's what we are going to do. So how much we're going to do this is the discussion we need to have today. So first, we have in our group an investment fund. We captured this investment fund. We captured it. We are acquiring wasted lands, even in the Northeast here, aiming at recovering those lands, coupling to them carbon credit projects. Why are we worried about lands? But because when I talk on the climate effect per se, I have this measurement. Those who kidnap carbon from the atmosphere are the are the polar ice caps, and then second one is the seas, and the third we have lands. And in Brazil we have the tropical forests, and our ministry, it's not, and as according to our minister says, opposed to what our minister says, forest is not a large issue we have on Earth in terms of heating. One third is the change of our industrial pattern. We can't produce cement the way we are used to produce. We can't have siderurgy the way we used to have. We can't have metallurgy the way we used to. We need new production standard with low carbon numbers, which means I need to learn how to recycle. I need to learn how to benefit because we have a physical limitation of the country to fuel myself with bauxite or aluminum or whatever it is, because we have 8 billion people. I have emerging countries that were not part of our consumer market, and they're now in there, and we are now aiming at 2032, 35 to 13 billion people on the earth. So one third of the problem is a change in the industrial patterns we are doing. Learn how to do it means learning how we are doing things for our survival using new materials. The second part of the issue is that, which is one third of the problem, it's connected to our energy standard. I need to change how I use energy before any other thing. And that I say, those who will be in charge and who will be in charge of the energy transition of the country are the large oil producers, because if they don't change the business model and they don't reinvent themselves, we are not going to do any energy transition, and everybody's going to pay for it. The largest example today is Petrobras, our Petrobras company, strategic positioning. They said, I'm going to keep exploring oil, and I'm going to replace little by little oil by hydrogen with energy. They can do that. We have a problem which nobody talks about. Oil is not only fuel. Everybody who's sitting here is sitting down on oil, and my glasses are oil done. If you had any pill in the morning, pharma industry, the whole pharma industry is based on on oil. If you are independent, if you get in your car or not, if the floor you come has oil, the seat where you are is oil based, your contact lenses are oil, your teeth caps are oil. So world is based on two P's: petroleum, which is oil, and proteins. It has connected to our energy transition and climate change. What is this problem? It's the production of food. And unfortunately, or fortunately, we've learned to produce food in large scale, especially proteins, in such a way that the greenhouse gas production in agriculture tends to be high given our cultivation methods. So we've been investing in the wastelands, but just to remind, Brazil may have around 80 million hectares of the wastelands. Only the Plan of Ag tries to recover up to 2030 12 million, and we still haven't calculated this number. So we are buying wastelands for bring regenerative agricultural plants using bio-rational solutions from the consumer industry with a high utility, with high productivity. And why is high productivity relevant for energy production, in the change of production? Why is it important? Because, well, if I have a limitation, the economists are used to say that they are scientists of scarcity. Yeah, it's true. Today, our limitation is natural infrastructure. The planet is halted. But if I keep growing the rates as India, China, India, Europe, we keep growing, the planet won't be able to provide me or energy, food, and it keeps becoming more and more hostile as it's becoming. So how can we solve this issue? Well, first, we've been saying that now we have lost 1.5 centigrade degrees in temperature. It's time to speak not about mitigation, but speak of adaptation. The planet's is growing more hostile. So from this point on, we'll face more climate bonus, climate bombs as we had in the south, as we had in Warsaw, as we had cold bombs in south. In Antarctic, as we had in heat bombs in Portugal, because of the changes we have in the desertic areas. We saw 2 floods in 3 months in the Sahara Desert. You are seeing the polar ice caps defrosting, casting more and more water, sweet water, and changing salinity of the ocean. Probably, and it's already taking place, we'll have changes in the currents, and that affects greatly affects our capacity of production, our capacity of subsistence. So what do we need? If I'm a business person, I need to adapt my company to this scenario. Business people in Rio Grande do Sul with whom we've been working learned this the hard way. Sorry. And if I'm a rural producer, I have to prepare myself for the scenario. If rural producers in Rio Grande do Sul learned it the hard way, 75% of the agriculturable area in the Rio Grande do Sul was lost. And when I face a flooding climate crisis, I take all the treated soil. It takes me 3 years to reproduce it. So I start to talk about energy transition in terms of deadlines. I'll be closing in a minute. So deadlines for us are relevant, are fundamental. So we're taking 5 to 8 years to regulate the carbon credit market. We are working with a reforesting program. We are doing it with foreign money. It takes us around 10 years to bring back this investment. Investing in natural infrastructure is so expensive, so risky, and the return is so long. It takes so long as in any structure we invested in the past. Transmission towers, electricity, it doesn't matter. What matters is we've learned how to do it. We've learned how to invest in long term, and it takes at times for a capital allocator to notice how it goes. But it's fundamental that we understand that energy transition is a long-term investment. When I entered the electrical industry in the 80s, it's 10 years is short term, 20 years is middle term, and 30 years is the long term. So this is exactly the situation we have at hand. What should I do up to 2030? What should I do up to 2040 and 2050? What can I say? I can tell you that what we need today is more than mitigating, more than changing our energy matrix, more than changing our use of soil. And I'd like to make an alert here to the Northeast. Well, Northeast is a privileged region when we talk about 10, 20, 30 years in the future. Why is the Northeast privileged? Because it's going to suffer less. Well, if the draft I have in Amazon nowadays is emptying 4 or 5 hydroelectrical plants I have nowadays, it's producing flooding in São Paulo. Here in Northeast, we are not undergoing any of that. We've been suffering penalties for our high productivity in the field, our high productivity in the soil, meat, and etc. So I'd like to remind you, after the usage of the land, the largest element of deforesting in the Caatinga biome are the renewable energy parks. So in a few, our renewable energy is not going to be useful because it's associated to deforesting. So as the last message I'd like to leave you is this: people, we have 5 biomes. 5. I follow them up on everyday basis, the negotiations in Dow Jones. We have a broker of ours. We have a brokerage table for environmental commodities, especially carbon credits in Blue Castle in London. What's happening nowadays? The use of land is becoming, is getting more and more valuable with agriculture. And there's another matter, the land with the sea heating and the defrosting of our of polar ice caps in 10, 20 years are places where we're going to be kidnapping more carbon for the transition period. In this scenario, what's gaining more and more strength, something the Northeast has advantage on. The last weeks, the price for the blue carbon, the price for the blue carbon exploded in the market. China and Turkey are almost alone in this market. Why is it exploding? Because the suns are going up, and they can do it. What is necessary is to have sponge barriers. China is doing that. The United States are doing it. We're doing in the Rio Grande do Sul in the future. So how do I do sponge barriers? Because coast vegetation. How can I finance that blue carbon? When minister says she says about our forests, it's cool. We have projects for our forests. We have Project Apia in Amazonas. Well, the Minister of Agriculture, well, we have a whole chamber of agrocarbon. We talk about agricultural carbon. We are producing in the south of Brazil, in Bahia and in Mato Grosso. But what about the blue carbon? Well, the problem is the coastline. And again, the Northeast has this as an advantage. Just to close, Joaquin, I can't stop without speaking about the green hydrogen. Green hydrogen is certainly an avant-garde technology. It's a technology for 20, 30 years. It's not only mine. It's from Grandwall. It's from BIG. It's from Toyota. Well, nobody has any question about that. But people haven't yet understood where are we going to use this green hydrogen. I'm not going to use green hydrogen as I'm not going to use a series of biomass matters. From which the Caatinga biome is rich to produce a new raw material that's going to replace oil, that's going to replace my energy base. And that's also going to replace my definitive version of energy transition, which is nuclear fusion. Nuclear fusion is done with two molecules of green hydrogen. So I swear I'm finishing. Two molecules of green hydrogen shot to a laser beam. We have technology inside the reactor that every country in the world has, which is called the donut magnetic reactor. We try to stabilize for many years using deuterium, but well, it didn't work. So what did work? What worked was a gas called helium-3. Helium-3 inside the nuclear fusion reactor gives me clean energy for an indeterminate period of time. We already have the reactor. We have the laser beam fusion. I can fire producing more energy than I use to put, but I don't maintain energy using deuterium. But there is no helium-3 on Earth. Where is it? In Mars, in the moon, and what happened from 2018 to the moment? A great international run for cargo ships investments. You didn't ask yourselves why, right? The reason for that is that who controls helium-3 will control energy on Earth, and our then cars will work based on energy cells. So we're going to have production of aero generators. We're going to have solar production. Yes, both. But especially we will have as a base for our new technological production for the second half of this century, nuclear fusion. And why am I closing? Joaquin, sorry for the excess time here, but this is a broad matter we've been working on for the last 10 years here and abroad, working in investments, earning money with that, be it with carbon, be it with position for the ESG joining companies, be it for funds. This is the second fund we've captured and invested. We've developed it and we've given it back with return. We are bringing international funds almost $3 trillion in the next 5 years. Sorry. $3 billion, for the next 5 years. So markets takes time to set up price. It takes time to understand. I was from a financial market. I managed funds. I'm a fund manager up to today. So what do we have? We identify projects like BlackRock, as Caroline identified 3-4 years ago, the famous Larry Flynn letter that said, well, now ESG has to offer return. Yeah, you found out about this now, fine, but we knew about that before. And high return, the return we get to do in these investments, it's proportional to the risk of investments in long term. And who are the ones dominating, governing in long investments other than oil companies? They know how to dominate that risk better than nobody. So I'll go back to the beginning of my speech. We've betted on energy transition that is being conducted by oil companies. Does it take place now? It's going to take place in a horizon of time. Will Brazil stop producing oil? No, no way, no way. The equatorial margin has much more oil and salt, 5 times more. And so the fight among the oil companies is who are going to stop producing for the last. And the answer for that is what's this? How fast is your transition, energy transition? Because if I bring helium-3 and I start spreading fusion reactors in China, Europe, Japan, Europe, everywhere, companies will have to turn the key very fast. And there are two concerns for us. First, they may turn the key. I'm going to close, guys. They may turn the key because of the replacement, or they may turn the key because it has become a good business. Sorry, guys. Sorry for exploding the time, but it's a very broad theme, and we run to and fro with this theme many times because of that operation we have, including here in the Northeast. So thank you, Joaquin. Breno, your speech was very encompassing and very opportune and necessary. I apologize for my role here of moderator, trying to meet our deadlines, our early deadlines. But I want to highlight that your speech is brilliant. So I'm asking for Robert Gavin. I'm going to ask him about actually the same question and also the same Lourdes. What's this question? I'm going to ask to Robert. Robert, can we conduct financial resources to become reality into projects? Because we have many projects. How can we actually make projects, let's say, feasible? How can we make projects come through? An ESG project, an energy transition project, a carbon credit project. How can we make this true? How we can make them reality? And I ask the same question, ask Robert to answer this in 4 to 5 minutes, and then the same question to Lourdes. And we'll mention the presence of Dr. Vice President of FIEC, enthusiast on the theme as well, on energy transition, director of Caatinga Foundation. We've talked about this before. Ceará is practically 100% inside this biome, and we want to look for ways to make projects feasible, make them reality. So Robert, then Lourdes.
Thank you. I think that to answer that question accurately and briefly, you need to just kind of get the fundamentals understood in terms of as of the end of 2024, the renewables market is about 25% of the global energy market, and the hydrocarbons are still, the massive dominant player. So for all of when listening to Breno's speech, you can feel almost the frustration. It's not a case that there is a lack of good ideas. It's not a case that there isn't R&D, and he's referenced a few times in his comments about how energy needs technological advancement and it needs capital. And to a certain extent, there's been a certain degree of R&D success for sure. And certainly, again, just quoting another thing that he mentioned, the fact that there are projects now where there is a 10-year deployment and a high risk and an uncertain return over the first few years does show you that the capital markets are adapting to the energy needs. But man, they're not doing it quickly enough. They're not doing it in a cohesive, in a consolidated fashion. I mean, isn't that obvious? It's obvious. So I think that what we need to do is we need to kind of, to answer Joaquin's point directly, we need to start looking at who holds the pen, who controls the deployment of the capital into these worthy projects. And what's their educational background? What's their understanding of energy writ large? That's not their sector. They're finance. They look at projects with a financial eye. They're box tickers, generally speaking. They're very numerical thinkers. They don't speak with the passion of a Breno when he gets involved in the issues. You can see the man's passion. It's obvious. But if you talk to a BlackRock or State Street or Vanguard asset manager, I don't think you're going to make them as excitable about these issues, because they've got a cold, hard financial eye and a heart of stone. But that's who we need to convince. Those are the people that we need to take on this journey. So, in my first comments, if I've had this kind of one thought, I've had the idea that we need to consolidate, we need to centralize around capital deployment. So we need to have one fund, which can have feeder funds. It can have hundreds or thousands of feeder funds for sure. It can be the way the fund market's already structured in many ways, in terms of investment funds, private equity, hedge funds, endowment funds. There's lots of different structuring around capital, and what capital providers don't like is risk. And what this transition is full of is it's full of inherent risk. So it's not a good match at the moment. And we need to be grown up and accept that it's not a good match. So looking for a solution, the solution has to be that we de-risk the deployment of capital. We de-risk the deployment of capital. Okay, that's what we do. We de-risk the deployment of capital. And the only way that you can do that is make the person who holds the pen not accountable for sending the money out into the project. So if the money's lost or stolen or corruptly deployed elsewhere, or whatever the fund manager is worried about, that's not going to get his ass fired. That's what we need to be thinking about. And that's something that is not understood enough, I think, in the energy world, because in the energy world, the fund manager is not an active participant. I think Breno's situation is quite unique in the sense that he's come from the capital markets himself, or that they have investment funds inside projects. That is starting to happen a little bit more for sure, but still not at a scale level, which is what we urgently need. So I think you're talking a little bit about a clash of cultures. I think you're talking about then much more attention. We could have accelerators for capital deployment into ESG projects in general. We need to have private partnerships, but even at nation state level, it's not good enough. It's not quick enough, and it still comes with a reticence to around risk. So if we think about a 4 trillion per year global green fund, where the funds are pre-cleared, and where there are certain guarantees around the deployment of that from a private equity fund into the global green fund. Those discussions are had separate from the specific green energy project, and that's a key accelerator point. If you can have those conversations kind of offside, so to speak, and then when you have your people who are there to deploy the capital, they can deploy the capital quickly and efficiently and accurately. And it can be done in a way that will make a meaningful change. I think then to go back to what I was saying about 2050, 2050 is not that far away, and we're not hitting the numbers that we need to be hitting. So, just to kind of repeat what I've said, I think that the number of 4 trillion, I don't want you to think that that's a lot. It's not a lot in terms of what those capital funds are sitting on. Like, they're sitting on latent dead capital in an account that could be deployed urgently and quickly, and they could do it year on year on year, and they wouldn't even notice it out of their bank account. But they're not motivated to do that, and that's what we need to coalesce around. So when you see how the kind of the COP agenda is going, it already has its own rhythm, it has its own dynamic, all of the tension and the drama around the statement at the end of the meeting, and who said what to whom, and what does this nation state, are they included or not, and one of the small countries saying to the big countries. I mean, we've got to get over that. That's we can't let that rhythm land and take over a 12-month agenda, which is like people push it into, well, until the next COP we'll leave that. We can't think like that anymore. So, I think that maybe if this is a new water point, a new mark of an energy transition conference, and if it's going to happen year on year, then it must be linked to more efficient capital deployment from the very essence of it. And what better year, at the inaugural year, to start something like this. And then, as I said, if we take it like on a 3-year trajectory, if there's 14 trillion, something like that, 12 trillion to 15 trillion, something like that, something meaningful. You can hit your R&D, you can hit your kind of education moments between hydrocarbon into green. You can work on the infrastructure, and then you can also fend off the oil and gas attacks and the clean coal arguments and all of that stuff that I think is just noise at the moment. I think it's just energy sapping, and I think we need to kind of rise above that. So I think I've made the point. More accelerated capital deployed in a de-risked scenario. That's the solution.
Excelente explanação do.
Well, excellent explanation.
Mais uma excelente explanação do Sr. Robert.
Another excellent explanation by Mr. Robert Gavin, and he speaks about 4 trillion we need per year of dollars per year for the energy transition. I don't know if you gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, know about the International Monetary Fund. In 2022, the subsides for the fossil sector totaled accounted for $7 trillion in 2022. So in 2022, that was the number. For energy transition, we need 4 trillion. It's not necessarily moving from the capital from one to the other, but it's just one of the possibilities for energy transition that exactly oil and gas sector could contribute more for the energy transition and a just and inclusive energy transition. So we have a possible convergence points. But now, just to close, our time is very rich. The debate is very rich. I'd like to thank the opportunity once again to all the presents and the relevant participation of our debaters, our experts on the matter. So I'd like Ms. Lourdes to bring highlights about the carbon credit market in Brazil. It has every connection with energy transition when we're talking about financing energy transition projects. It means talking about carbon credits. So I'd like her to talk a bit about that, and I'd like to thank her. And how is it ongoing? Carbon credits credit is being implemented in Brazil when we are going to have it entirely operational, and how we are going to be benefited from this big market that's been coming up. So then, please, Mrs. Lourdes, the floor is yours. Well, regarding the carbon market in Brazil, it's been recently approved. Can you hear us? Can you hear? So, yes, no? Can I continue? Is it better? Yeah, the carbon market here in Brazil, well, we just approved, but we had approval by the President of the Republic. The interpreter can't hear the audio. Can you hear me from the interpreter can't hear the microphone. Her microphone is really, really bad. Interpreter can't hear.
Aqui tá melhor, gente? Será?
Is it better now? Okay, great. I believe it was the position. Oh, it was just a position. It's all explained now. Okay, so now coming back to our carbon market, I was saying that we have 5 implementation steps forecasted. The first one is a regulation of the PL. It brings a general regulation, general norms, the creation of an interministerial committee, an executioner organ, an executor organ that determines that the companies that issue over 1,000 tons of carbon per year will be forced to report their emissions, and those who issue over 5 million will be required to somehow reduce their emissions within this system. But this PL only covers 16% of the emissions that take place in Brazil. Can you hear me now well? It just covers 16% of the emissions. The agricultural and the cattle sector was out. And we have an initial challenge that is how can we use a cap and trade system that sees market the reduction in Brazil for areas that are not part of this PL. So it stops. Okay. Oh gosh. No. Now can you hear me? Yeah, can you? So? Oh gosh. I don't know what to do anymore. Is it better? So coming back to the first phase, it's the regulation phase. We have it's forecasted 1 year, 1 year belatable for another 1 year from the signing of this law. So we have an expectation of this being doable up to 2027. Then we go to a second implementation phase, which is it foresees the beginning of the preparation of the reports that will be offered by the company for the Brazilian reduction system of emissions. So this phase is forecasted for 1 year, so up to 2028. Then we go to phase 3, which is phase where companies are going to effectively report the emissions to the government. This phase should last another 2 years, which means up to 2029. Then we'll go to phase 4, which is the phase of implementation of the first allocation plan. Oh, guys, it's really impossible. It's impossible. I think it's with me. Did it go now? Is it working? So phase 4 is the phase for the implementation of the first allocation plan for the reductions. It's forecasted to be taking place up to 2030. And from 2030 to 2035, we have the implementation of this. Hello? Can you hear well? So please stand. Can you stand? So maybe you have a big presence that can improve the sound itself. Is it better? I doubt it. No, I think it won't. Guys, it's not possible. Is it better this way? Should I speak looking that way? Yeah, this way? No, it's not gonna work. Come on. I'm gonna look backwards like this? No, it's not possible. Is it better now? Okay. Well, let's summarize. I'll summarize it then. I'll summarize it a lot. Yeah, but your speech is very rich. We believe it's worthwhile insisting. Well, 2035, guys, only 2035 to begin the first implementation phase for the implementation of the system of emissions in Brazilian market. As it was brilliantly mentioned before me here, we don't have that time anymore. We don't have all that time. We need financing markets, financing systems which are faster. We need to make that money get to be deployed in projects with higher urgency than that. So I believe everything goes through that creation of demand using the carbon credits because projects are there. There's a large offer of carbon credit projects, but there are no purchases for those credits. So we have a problem of offer and demand. So basically, we believe we actually need to have a higher demand in all over the world so that instruments can be consolidated actually. I believe that's what I wanted to speak, guys. So I'm available if you want to talk later in the coffee, lunch, happy hour, and so on. So, ladies and gents, unfortunately, our time is over. Our time is up. But it's a very rich theme. The carbon market and energy transition, it's all connected. They are all connected to each other. So I think the participation, as it was said by Lutz, our debater, they will be here with you along the day, so you can continue this conversation in the background, as it's so to speak. So, but thank you all for a brilliant speech from our speakers, and they have everything to contribute so that the carbon market becomes reality and energy transition can advance as it's necessary to be done in the world. We already have we are feeling on us the effects of the climate crisis. We already know what to do, as it was written on the pavilions for COP26. We need to take action. So each of us has a relevant relevant role in this aspect. So thank you all.
Only with me. My problem. My own manager.
E vocês, you are great experts. You have contributed very much in these issues, energy transition and carbon markets. Thank you very much. Do you have a card? I don't, because as a barrister, we don't carry where I don't carry, but I'll send you. I'll send you over here. So, that'd be nice. We'd like to talk later. Yes, about this. I would at the cocktail. Or later, they may or WhatsApp. Yeah, so you gave me yours, you gave me yours. Did you give me your cards? No, I don't have one.
WhatsApp here in Poland.
Both projects.
Eu queria muito falar que, olha, eu me contemplei com a sua fala, de toda a sua fala, todos os seus dados, a questão do meio ambiente. E assim, o foi acho áreas degradadas, respiração.
Eduardo, tudo bem?
Oi, você, Eduardo?
Tudo bem. Projeto gostei da tua didática, mas assim, eu queria ter uma parte que eu
Claro, tem que passar os dados que eu ia passar. Não, ela faz só a comercialização.
Ela vai começar a fazer
E hoje, quando a gente fala da geração distribuída desses 5 dias que tem energia solar instalada no Ceará, 80%.
Mas eu vou sair por aqui.
80% dos dias eu falei 800 megas. Cabe muita gente, se for refletir realmente no impacto da geração distribuída de sistema nacional. todas as instituições, elas falam, nota, ela tem que ser mais específica, para que os benefícios das gerações distribuídas sejam calculados nessa questão.
Som. Aqui, ó. Tá indo, tá indo.
Testando. Testando. Estou aqui. Estou falando, testando. Estou no canal de inglês.
Ele pode é isso que eu tô. Ele pode não.
Testing the English channel. Testing the English channel.
Esse aqui tá chamando. Você tá chegando pra ele lá, né? Essa voz, né? Calma. Ah, tu trouxe só o meu dele, né? Ah. Então eu tenho que te mandar R$4.
Não, tem que dar pra eles.
Não. Porque ficou pra mim e pra tu a coca.
Mandei pra ele. Quem tá falando de coca?
Eu.
Pois é.
Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola.
Aí, no caso, o Matheus vai falar, ele sobrepõe. É, só vai ser.
Coca-Cola. Ganho. Então tem que abaixar aqui, ó.
Não. Pronto. Tá me escutando? Sim, tô te escutando, Matheus. Ok. Tudo bem. Só que a minha voz tá bem mais alto. Baixo. Aham. Tem a saída original, também, entendeu? A sua, quando você fala, tem que sobrepor. Não, isso. Tô só ajustando aqui. Aham. Tá vendo que tá perfeito? Tá precisando, então. Bota no 46.
Mas o importante é o seguinte, o que é que presidiu a nossa missão foi nesse plano de apoio.
Nossa, mas pega a caixa lá.
A Petrobras tem duas
Tá estando tudo. Entendeu? Ó, fazer o seguinte. Deixa eu ver aqui no host. Isso. Por enquanto pode só escutar. Eu já vou te falar. Só um momentinho. Alô? Melhorou. Tá pegando bem menos ambiência, né, Matheus? Ok. Testando. 1, 2. Oi, som. Beleza. Pra vocês também tá ok, né? Ficou um pouco mais baixo. Aí, no caso, pode compensar um pouco no teu volume, né? Ah, tá ok. Tá, deixa eu... Ajustei aqui um pouco mais. Aumentei um pouco. Tá, deixa eu aumentar aqui um pouco. Pronto.
Matheus, eu vou começar a falar agora. Por favor, faz a tradução. Só para eu fazer um teste aqui, falando. Isso, exato, exatamente. Só porque eu tô achando um belo
Just
áudio.
because I think my audio is very loud and I think I want to see if it
Pronto, 8, entendeu? Ele desliga e sai o flutuante. Ah, quando o microfone... Fala, Matheus, fala de novo, só para fazer um teste.
Speak again, so I can just test the sound of your voice. Yeah, 1, 2. Yeah, when you start speaking. Yeah. Okay, it went down. Thank you, Matheus. Test okay. Yes, or we should stay in the English channel.
Não, fica aí 2 minutos.
No problem.
Você tem que almoçar, né?
Não, não, tá tudo
Você
tranquilo.
tá em casa.
Tô em casa.
Você tem tempo.
Exato, pode ficar sossegado.
Y en estos 25 años no me acuerdo de haber visto tanto entusiasmo en este sector de biocombustibles como el que estamos viviendo ahora, con varios conductores de crecimiento garantizado por ley, el nuevo crecimiento de economía, espera de crecimiento del reto de descarbonización de otros países, la posibilidad de crear nuevos biocombustibles, SAF, y la importancia de este sector, no solamente en la descarbonización, pero también la importancia social al generar empleos, al generar alimento. Es un momento de mucho entusiasmo, mucha celebración. Esto demuestra
panel, and I am pleased to be here with three leaders in this sector. On my right is the professor and president of the Brazil-China Center of Technology in Energy and Climate in Brazil, the greatest Chinese university that has led a lot of this technological revolution. To my left, I have Tarcísio Soares, Sustainability Manager for Airbus, and Rafael Giacomello, Director for Latin American and the Caribbean of Toyota. See, we have three complementary, supplementary perspectives. Toyota has led perspectives of biofuel for maritime transportation. Airbus needs no further introductions. They are enthusiastic in producing sustainable aviation fuel, SAF. And Toyota is a leader in electrical vehicles, hybrid cars, biofuels, and electricity. Each one will be presenting for 5 minutes, and then we go on. Let's start, please. Introduce and speak for the first 5 minutes.
Everybody, it's my honor to come here, have the opportunity to communicate with you guys. As Exhibito said, I came from the Tsinghua University, which is especially engineering dedicated education and training and innovation university. My research field is not only bioenergy. Actually, I like to say is biorefinery. This is why I started the communication with Brazilian partner as early as 35 years ago. We know Brazil have the leading position of the bioenergy and bioindustry. As you know, now our everything is so strongly reliant on the fossil carbon resources, from the fuel, materials, clothes, and transportation, everything. So if you check the fossil carbon resources, including the petroleum, natural gas, and coal, was the ancient biomass. So theoretically speaking, theoretically speaking, the everything can manufactured from the biomass also can be manufactured from the from the fossil carbon resources can be also manufactured from the biomass. So this is the so-called new model of the industry. Is the biorefinery. So use the biomass as a feedstock to produce the fuels, chemicals, materials, and so on. So according to this opinion, I think Brazil have a huge potential to develop the biorefinery, not only the biofuel, also including the bio-based chemicals, biomaterials, and everything. So this is why when Expedito told me, oh, this workshop here, if you are willing to have some communicate with the attendees, I say, hey, it's my pleasure. I like to communicate with you guys. I believe China have a huge demand and Brazil have a huge potential to supply the bio-based products, especially the biofuels. So I believe China and Brazil have a huge potential for the cooperation on the biorefinery industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Leo, for your first words. Agora eu gostaria de convidar Tarcísio para falar desse
Now I want to invite Tarcísio to speak about our path to decarbonize the sector, that in the aviation sector. And you have 5 minutes. Thank you. Do you hear me?
Bom, muito prazer.
Nice to meet you. Nice to be here. I'm Tarcísio Soares. I am Strategy in International Business and Sustainability Manager at Airbus. Thank you so much for being here, dedicating a little bit of your time to hear what we can contribute in terms of biofuels and decarbonization in the aviation industry. I will start by speaking about the Airbus and what happens with the aviation market. Airbus has been in Brazil for 50 years approximately. We work here with 3 business units. Helicopters, we are the only helicopters company outside of Europe and the US. We manufacture H225, H125 helicopters. And besides commercial aviation, all aircraft, as you can fly, that starts with an A, A320, A321, A319 Airbus, and also defense and space, where we supply technologies, satellite technologies and image technologies throughout the world, including Brazil. So even considering that the aviation industry is responsible only for 2% of greenhouse gases, 2 to 3%, and in transportation, there are 16% to 18% for carbon emissions. We took the responsibility of decarbonize our industry for the following years until we reach the goal of 0 emissions in 2050. Airbus has been working within all the scopes 1, 2, and 3, to be able to decarbonize its operations using renewable energies, and also play the advocacy role and the scope to decarbonize our products with the use of our clients and also the supply chain. It's important to use spheres of work, so that's only how we can decarbonize the entire ecosystem of the aviation industry. Aviation industry is what we call hard to abate. It's hard to decarbonize it because it's very complex. So even with the pandemic, we retrieved the condition to serve flights in the pre-pandemic era, and there were investments made to improve its capacity. But once we improve the capacity to serve and we can fly more, it means that probably we are going to emit more CO2. And with the decarbonization, it's intrinsic to our system. So we work in these spheres to decarbonize the aviation industry in the activities I collaborate with and we invest on. And it's very important to consider that because you as clients, you are getting more and more demanding regarding sustainability. And not only because of 2% of emissions means that it's nothing. No, it's something that we must mitigate it, decarbonize it, and even being difficult to abate, difficult to decarbonize, we are committed to doing it. And it's going to happen with investments in technology and new operations, new aircrafts, and the ecosystem. And Airbus is ahead of all that with its investments and existing technologies. So that's my introduction. Thank you. Thank you, Tarcísio. Let me pass the floor now to Chicanello for his initial considerations on the Toyota efforts for decarbonization. But it's a pleasure to be here on behalf of Toyota, speaking to you. We brought a little presentation that shows what we are doing as Toyota in the automotive sector. I don't know if you can play it, otherwise I can speak freely. But basically what Toyota has been building in Brazil is what we call getting to know the needs of each client, of each market, and the energy matrix of each client in each market. With that, we aim at effectively working on the decarbonization process, which is the reduction of the more immediate form according to what the client's characteristics require. So we aim at bringing this message. So here in the back, you see not all customers, not all clients are the same, and not all realities are the same. Toyota has been trying to understand that and development paths to carbon neutrality, which are all the paths that lead to carbon neutrality. And there we start a journey that goes through electric cars, electric vehicles, and these and the hybrid cars using combustion motors with added efficiency and using also hydrogen. We are saying, sorry, the sound is cutting. Here is the Brazilian scenario that I want to bring to you quickly. We chose electrification along with the use of biofuels because it's practical, it's affordable, and it's sustainable. It feeds a long chain. That's what we talked. It's been mentioned, the huge potential to add the hybridization model, because that's what's more effective. And our agenda aims at sustainability and modernity, analyzing the cycles and the client's needs. So the model I show you on the screen is a hybrid model. So a car that is electric, aiming at efficiency with an electric motor, working with combustion, working with fuels. In this case of this car in Brazil is ethanol, but could be another. And the battery doesn't need recharge, it recharges automatically, generating almost 7% in carbon reduction without the needs to change the existing infrastructure. The country is very huge. We have thousands of kilometers. It's like having a global plan, basically. And it has an accessible cost. And it brings changes in consumers' practice. The usage is very good. This car has been in the market for 5 years. There are two models running, the ones that you see, Corolla, Corolla Cross. And there will be new models for the following years. Using biofuel, it reached a huge efficiency. So you see, when you compare a gasoline car with an embarked hybrid system and 25% reduction, carbon reduction, and when we add the scenario like we do here in Brazil, with ethanol, you get a 70% in carbon emissions reduction. This is ready, this is working with no need of great changes. Even with the scenario, the political scenario in Brazil and for the fuels that has forced the use of fuels. This is the experience on the screen. I just want to bring a timeline. It's something that works in Brazil since 1975, when we had the first ethanol cars in 2003. We created the flex car, flex fuel cars. In 2019, also electric flex car. So it is, the most urgent and practical way of delivering decarbonization. Here you see how easy it is with the customer's experience. You show you'll have a very high autonomy when you mix combustion and electric motors. And in Brazil, we are working also with other countries in this concept. That is pretty much debated. So, when we add ethanol to electrification, you gain capacity to get decarbonization in different moments and different types of cars. So basically, that's it. We are showing the studies we are doing here in Brazil. So this is what I have in terms of a study, in terms of ethanol, biomethane cars, H2 from ethanol. In 5 years, we will have this flex. Sorry, the sound is breaking a lot. So this is what I had to use.
Rafael, acho que você traz de forma muito ilustrativa, né, essa
So
versatilidade.
we bring very illustratively how versatile biofuels can be. They go beyond decarbonization. Now I have one question for each speaker, and each speaker shall have 5 minutes to answer. We mentioned ethanol. Professor Liu, we have been part of the initiative demanded by the Chinese companies in order to study the potential for the production and use of biofuels for navigation with a purpose to meet decarbonization goals of China. Could you please elaborate on that, speak about this initiative, your expectations, and the projections in terms of opportunities to Brazil?
Yes, as Expertito say, we collaborate with the Brazilian partner, create a proposed initiative on about the biofuel production here in Brazil, especially for the maritime transportation. You know, the aviation and maritime transportation is not easy to driven by the electricity. So we have to use the liquid fuel. How to finish the decarbonization target, especially for the vessel, the maritime transportation. According to my knowledge, as my colleagues say, the aviation contribution to the carbon emission is about 2 to 3%. The maritime transportation is roughly the same, 2 to 3, but it's a really huge contribution to the carbon emission. So how to promote the maritime transportation for the decarbonization? What's the technological solution? The best way is just blending the biofuel to the traditional fuels. Of course, there's some politically consideration or something. Yeah. The best way is to directly use the biodiesel. The engine, the huge engine for the vessel transportation is very easy. It's practical, and also is currently is the cheapest way. But the some regulation, the certification say depends the biodiesel from where. And you know, some big company, maritime transportation company, proposed to use the green methanol from the green electricity to the green hydrogen, and then to the methanol. But now the methanol, green methanol is much costly than the biodiesel and even ethanol. Also, the engine should be modified to suit the methanol. If finished the suitable, if finished the modification, it can burn the methanol. Also can burn the ethanol. Ethanol here is much cheaper than the methanol. So this is we have many of the solutions. Just as my colleagues say, the affordable, practical solution is the current solution. So we have the initiative. Why we have the initiative? Because when I invested the possibility to create the bioenergy for the transportation, the maritime transportation, we noticed here in Brazil during the last 50 or 60 years in Amazonia, the forest-traded land already reached 31 million hectares. The government, NGO companies tried hard to reforestation, but the demand is where. So we proposed to reforestation, restoring the degraded land to create a biofuel chain, biofuel supply chain in Brazil. So this is our initiative. Fortunately, I got the information from the Brazilian Minister of Agriculture. The Brazilian government also have such a ambitious program, want to restoring 40 million degraded pasture land in the coming 12 years. So I think the initiative is very much to the government target. So this is why at the beginning I say in Brazil and China, not only China, actually for the world, have a huge potential for the cooperation, for the carbon neutrality. So I like to emphasize, you know, the petroleum is globally shared. The Midwest export so much of the petroleum to the world. It's strange. The biofuel, the new carbon neutrality biofuel is not so easy to export to the other countries. We think the biofuel produced here in Brazil have the biggest advantage potential to produce the biofuel should be more and more internationalized for the consumption. That will be the solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Little. As he said, program had the potential to really transform the biofuel industry in Brazil. There's a huge demand in Brazil. Although we have a very big biofuel industry in Brazil, our the application of this biofuel is mainly concentrated in domestic market. É uma grande oportunidade e quem quiser.
So it's a huge opportunity. And we don't have much time here in this panel, but if you're interested to get to know this initiative, you are all invited to interact in the unfolding of this. Now I would like to ask a question to Tarcísio. I had the privilege of being part of a panel about 2 or 3 months ago with Gilberto Peralta, your CEO, in Paraná. And he said something very impactful. He mentioned that the goal of decarbonization, net zero emission scenarios in aviation, will only be possible when Brazil is in the leading role. Without Brazil in the leading role, the production of SAF, sustainable aviation fuel, there will be no net zero emission in 2050. However, and we have an SAF market in the world, and Brazil, despite the success of biodiesel and ethanol and all the potentials we have for biofuels, but Brazil is out of this market. Recently, we approved the fuel of the future. That's the perspective for SAF. But I want to know your critical opinion about the perspectives brought by the new legislation. Are we on the right path? We still have some legal frameworks that are relevant. Are the documents ready? What is your perspective to start this industry of SAF here in Brazil?
Essa fala do Gilberto Peralta, ela é realmente bem
What Gilberto Peralta mentions is really provocative. It tends to reinforce the fact that Brazil has some features to produce biofuel, considering the energy matrix and the benefits we have that many other countries don't have. We understand that Brazil is crucial for the plan, the decarbonization plan of the aerospace industry to happen because of its capacity to produce biomatter for the production of biofuel. Regarding regulations, Brazil is a pioneer in Latin America because it was the first to pass a law for production and trading of SAF, sustainable aviation fuel, and this law makes it mandatory for air companies to use SAF in their decarbonization processes. Of course, it's not a volumetric mandate. It refers to the percentage of decarbonization, so the air companies can use SAF within their decarbonization processes, well, at least 1% starting in 2027 until 10% starting in 2037. This increases the demand of the use of biofuels, and that's part of the business. Along with it, and when the law passed, other nations were taken, like BNDES and FINEP, FINEP, got together for investment programs in SAF, biofuels for SAF, and maritime fuel, biofuel. The initial idea was a 6 billion reais budget to foster projects, and recently, in total, only for SAF, the aviation fuel, 43 projects were presented, and the budget was 120 billion reais. It shows that with the public policies, how public policies can foster the development of SAF, that's part of what SAF can contribute. And the other side is the opportunities we have. In 2023, for instance, the world produced 600 million liters of SAF. This 600 million liters represent only 2% of all biofuels produced in the world. So we have a great opportunity for growth, and Brazil, in turn, when we think of the Brazil's production capacity 2021, RSP developed a study with Agricon that shows that Brazil, only with waste, sugarcane bagasse, wood waste, or used oil, Brazil could produce about 9 billion liters of SAF per year. This capacity to produce SAF would be over the demand for aviation fuel used in 2017. It was 7.2 billion liters. So Brazil's capacity is huge. And besides, another factor that shows Brazil's capacity is the development of the agro industry. Brazil has about 100 million hectares of degraded land that could be used for agricultural expansion. No other country in the world has that capacity, and the capacity of degraded land is even greater than many countries in Europe. With the advent of the agricultural capacity we have, with the regulations and the government interested in investing in this development of SAF, Brazil can be in the leading role of it. But things need to happen. We need investments to come. We need incentives, either tax incentives or fiscal. Part of the job is being done, but there are other activities that must be developed for Brazil to truly become the leader, to be in the leading role of what it can represent for the development of SAF and the decarbonization of the aviation industry. Thank you, Tarcísio. Rafael, you brought the solution of ethanol, hybrid cars, energy efficiency maybe is the greatest among the options for electrical mobility. My question is, how does Toyota see the challenges in popularization, massification of electric cars in emerging countries like Brazil? We are an emerging country, and how do you see the replication of this in other emerging countries as well, aiming at this to be a massified, popularized solution? First of all, I want to reinforce what the colleagues said. Biofuels for these applications, speaking of SAF and other possibilities we have, it is truly practical and it works. As I mentioned before, in Brazil, and everything that was said by the colleagues here, we have a huge capacity and a lot of technology in production. So when we see this model, Toyota is working with this model to have an electrified car with a hybrid and the autonomy of the combustion cars. First, regionally for Brazil, it has worked. So you're going to boost more and more technologies in agribusiness, the production integrated lands, and a lot of these factors will come. And when you think of them, Toyota invested 11 billion reais. We have invested 11 billion reais. It's over $2 billion invested to be a hub for local production with potential for exports. We export hybrid cars for many countries. It is possible then to negotiate it with Paraguay, Colombia, and other markets. Because as I initially said, there are regional differences, but when you get to the global south, you have many countries that produce sugarcane, and a lot of sugarcane. Let's speak of India, Thailand, we have Colombia, and other countries. From the moment you see the visibility of using, having decarbonization with this technology, you can amplify that with local production of biofuels. When you get the USA, for instance, you already have a great production of corn ethanol. And all this market will solidify and you can link your agribusiness production from each country with the generation of biofuel, that's what we're talking about here, and the industry of mobility. The automotive industry, Toyota is present globally, and when you show it, I have great perspectives that this model will work for other countries, and we do have interactions generated like in the forums for energy transition in G20, where many countries have come to us to have this kind of exchange with the private sector, and then the public sector comes along with it. So there are possibilities, and matrix and their energy matrices are different, but they are also similar. You can have a quick correlation Brazil and India, for instance, and you understand that to have a biofuel market for decarbonization much greater than you think of, or much greater than what was developed so far. And Toyota believes it. Another example, biomethane. Biomethane is something that can go from an environmental passive to channeling into renewable power. Just like biodiesel is no different from that. You recycle, in quotes, or you destine part of your production for a very efficient fuel. We have more similarities than differences. It's just a matter of putting the policies in the private sector to see these opportunities. Wonderful, Rafael. Rafael has just brought an important aspect. We brought the perspective of maritime fuels, aviation, automotive, and every time we see new energy sources and the challenges of having a new biofuel industry has a lot of similarities, and we can learn a lot from what was done in the past 25, 30 years. I think with the way is much more paved now than it was decades ago. I want to pass the floor with some extra minutes, reducing the delay for the rest of the event for the next sessions. So very briefly, could you please make your final considerations following the same order? Professor Liu, Tarcísio, Rafael, thank you so much. It was an honor having you. You have 2 minutes for your final remarks, okay? And I want to thank you all for coming.
Hello? Yeah. 2 minutes, okay. As a conclusion, I believe at the beginning I say the biorefinery. Biorefinery means from the biomass to the fuel, energy, materials, biochemicals. So I believe biorefinery was one of the key solutions for the decarbonization, for our future, because the biorefinery, of course, the products also emit the CO2, but the CO2 comes from the atmosphere. So this is a so-called the carbon neutrality. So I believe biorefinery industry, the model is the future, is the key issue, is the key solution for our decarbonization, our future. And the second, I like to emphasize, we need the international cooperation. International cooperation, just like the fossil fuel, fossil carbon resources. We also already existed the system for the global cooperation. The Africa petroleum, the Middle East petroleum coal exported to the Asia countries, to the other countries. So the only through the international cooperation, the biorefinery will become a practical, affordable solution for our future decarbonization. Thank you.
Eu acho que, para concluir, vale
In
ressaltar
conclusion, I would like to highlight the aspect of biofuel. So SAF itself is very important in the decarbonization of industry. There is no silver bullet. There is a series of activities that must be developed, just like having more modern planes, improve airport infrastructure, develop market activities like offsets. However, in this package, SAF contributes to up to 60% of what is needed to achieve the decarbonization goals until 2050. Why does it happen? SAF, when compared to what is used nowadays in an aircraft, can reduce up to 80% of carbon emissions. So when compared SAF and jet fuel, for instance, SAF takes up 20% of the energy of a jet would consume. And that's a huge gain. And besides, SAF, when used as it is used nowadays, you don't need to change anything in the aircraft, nothing at all. SAF is a drop-in fuel, so it can be mixed with other fuels to be used in an aircraft. That's a huge gain because we reduce investments in other areas and invest only in the fuel. So the aircrafts are ready, can fly with up to 50% of SAF as they are certified now until 2035. That's the deadline we have for the aircraft to be certified to use 100% SAF, and the goals are the same. Technologically speaking, the process is doing well. And what we need are regulations and more legal contributions for the companies to make the necessary investments so that the government can work and so can be a huge player in this market. Well, thank you, everyone.
Eu acho que a fala final ela está muito
I
em
think
linha também.
my final words is pretty much in line with what was said. Everything that was said is also in line with what Toyota has said. And I really don't think there's no silver bullet. There is one size fits all, one single way out. You have to work with all of this together. And the routes and the possibilities I showed, the fuel is ready. It is affordable. It is accessible. And there is accessibility and affordability that other technological routes must be more mature. They require much more investment. When I say that we work with ethanol here, we have been working with ethanol since 1975. Then we went to the blend, the mix of ethanol that is perfectly applicable to all countries in the world. You see, for instance, Japan, speaking of using ethanol blends, Argentina using ethanol blends. The blends are a practical solution already for decarbonization. It is accessible. It's just a matter of stimulating your production with policies. When you go to technological development, the fuel in general is much easier, does not require a lot of changes. It's just adaptations that are possible, and technology and human knowledge are ready to do. And the demand will bring even more demand, more production, generating more demand and more scale. So the conclusion is that yes, we do have Brazil building a world that can be part of this game in decarbonization anywhere in the world, but they are supplementary. There will never be one way out. I think that's the message. In a forum like this, with people from other countries, having contact with the whole world, we saw it is possible and that this path is possible and accessible. Thank you so much. Yes, you see that Airbus will keep making aircrafts regardless of the make of the fuel. The aircrafts exist because we need to travel long distances fast. Same thing with Toyota. Toyota will keep manufacturing cars whenever the energy matrix has its blend. And despite this independence of these companies, you see, we always speak of enthusiasm for the development of this industry. So if in this panel we were able to pass on the message of the importance and the challenge at the same time in the projections, the optimist projections we have, I think we did our job here. Thank you so much for your attention, and we are available for future interactions. I want to invite the speakers for an official picture, okay? Thank you, folks. Thank you.
Mas foi bem fechado. E como Obrigado, prazer conhecê-lo. Prazer Obrigado.
Testing. Testing English interpretation channel.
Tá dando 46, né? Alô? Escuta.
Eu sou um moderador, tem que entrar na frente.
Obrigado. Preciso aqui. Ordem. Tá. Lá. Vai ficando nessa luta. Você pode, né?
Vou colocar aqui a pista. Boa tarde a todos. Vocês me ouvem bem? Tá tudo perfeito?
Good afternoon. Do you hear me?
Bom, é um prazer moderar aqui
It's a pleasure to moderate this panel in terms of energy transition, that is the use of marine spaces or the use of these technologies. So today we have the presence here of the State Commission, Interministerial Commission for Sea Resources from the Brazilian Marine, Elias and Obert, Admiral. Also, a lawyer with a large knowledge, Igor Maia Gonçalves, from the Sectorial Chamber. Sorry, the audio is leaking. The audio is leaking.
queria falar sobre a experiência, né, da produção de energia eólica offshore e a energia das marés na Irlanda. Para esse planejamento, diria,
So sorry, the audio is leaking.
o objetivo geral é explorar a energia marinha como fonte renovável para a transição energética dela. Se tem aqui apresentamos o Eduardo Fontinelli, professor da Universidade Federal do Ceará, de estudos das questões no Brasil. Relativamente recente, da publicação do livro sobre o recurso azul.
Is still leaking and breaking a lot. Cannot understand what he's saying. Can you hear me? Okay, now we can hear a little bit. Okay. Do you hear us now? Yes. Yes. and for investments. So energy transition has been a very hot topic lately. Well, we have this issue. Or it's impossible to understand. Considering this is a discussion, at what extent, sorry, whenever we see a positive character in it, considering the interests in the sector that has an impact, of the sector, of logistics, as mentioned. So we have 98 projects. And the actions are pretty much diluted. No, I'm so sorry. It's really, the sound's not really getting here.
Discussão.
That's a matter that, when discussed, is a matter of sustainability when we speak of transition, energy transition. Many opportunities were generated, and there is something systemic that needs to be verified. So there are different levels of maturity to see this matter, and we have to take into account all aspects. But considering the offshore industry is related to the hydrogen industry a lot, then I have to see for the offshores inside of its entire chain how to be more sustainable. So all the impacts we have in those reverberations need to be mapped, not only for the Brazilian reality. The legislation provides a mitigation of the impact, environmental, social impacts, but there is a need of competitiveness in a foreign environment with some sort of refinement for this consumption. So if we want to be competitive, all these issues must be verified and taken into account. I want to add two things. Sorry, it went off again. I'm truly sorry.
Necessidade da descarbonização, essa economia. Atividade da psicultura nacional, saturar a de desculpa,
Teste, teste, testando. atividades também.
tinha um tempo até 5 horas de considerações finais. As considerações finais, Tioberg. Sem dúvida, toda essa questão de planejamento é extremamente importante. E aqui, que sai, está fazendo atividades as atividades econômicas e sociais que envolvem a utilização da nossa costa, elas são absolutamente relevantes dentro do nosso desenvolvimento em todos os vieses. Então, não tem como a gente priorizar um despriorizando o outro devido à importância histórica, inclusive, né, de todas essas atividades que precisam ser prestigiadas da forma como devem ser. Então, sobre isso e trazendo todas essas controvérsias, porque se existem controvérsias e ela está trazendo o processo é porque elas estão sendo, de alguma forma, consideradas dentro do modelo que a gente está desenhando. E essa é a expectativa. É claro que é impossível atender a todos os desejos e todos os gostos, mas a desenvolvimento de renováveis extremamente relevante para o que se tem de projeto para o Nordeste brasileiro. E a aderência disso, né, a compatibilização disso com todas as outras atividades, ela vai precisar e ela vai ser observada, né, de alguma forma. Isso é um processo que não é de hoje, né? Isso vem há mais de 20 anos, do que isso, quando estabelecer esse protocolo de Kyoto, para abrir a oportunidade de carbono. Recentemente, mas sobre a tendência aí da transição energética fundamental para sair da vida, né? Mas somente uma ocupação marítimo. Desculpa, excesso de desse livro, discussões foram atividades que envolvem o mar.
Professor.
Foi complicado, mas aqui pois é. Ué.
Isso aqui, né? Eu vou te dizer.
Desculpa, Rita. Você tá me escutando? Mas tá bom o áudio? Como é que tá? Ou tá falhando, alguma coisa? Eu vou dar uma olhada na saída direta aqui também. Oi, oi, som. Oi, oi, som. Teste. Oi, oi, som. Teste. Rita, como é que tá a minha voz pra ti? Tá ok? Tá ruim? Como é que tá? Qualidade de som. Você tá me escutando? Alô, som? Rita?
Tá me escutando? Tô no canal inglês agora,
Não,
talvez.
desculpa. Eu confundi aqui. Cadê a Rita que ela tava... Maurício também tá na atmosfera, né? Tá ok? Minha voz? Tá ótimo agora? Sem mudança de nada. Tá, eu vou fazer um testezinho aqui só pra me verificar uma coisa. Hum, tá, eu tirei a rádio. Se eu ligar. Tá. Se tiver no 46, ele vai escutar alguma coisa, mas eu acho que não. Olha se ficou ruim agora o Maurício e Rita. Ou se continua bom a voz. Como é que tá? Ainda tá bom, né? Ok, tudo bem. E aí? O microfone só fica ruim lá. Nossa. Pois é, eu tô testando aqui. Aí, tipo, o microfone tá na minha mão, tá próximo aos computadores, até perto dos rádios e tudo. Só que antes tava no palco. E no palco tava dando aquele problema aqui na atmosfera. Não entendi. Realmente eu testei diretamente e tava ruim o sinal pra vocês, não tava chegando nada através da interface de áudio. Aí agora que tá mais próximo aqui, tá ok. Onde é que tá os receptor do microfone? Tá atrás de cada palco? Eu acho que tá. Não, mas chega. Não faz sentido porque chega bom pra ti.
Não tá como que chega bom uma hora pra mim. Não, não. Eu nem oi.
Oi, som. Maurício, tu ainda tá escutando? Rita, tá me escutando ainda? Oi, teste. Vocês estão me escutando ainda?
Sim, tá me ouvindo no canal? Tá me
Rita,
ouvindo?
Maurício.
Sim, sim.
Ah, pera, só um momento. Mandaram mensagem no. Eu ouço. Ah, mandaram aqui através do. Tá. Mas o áudio tá perfeito, né? A qualidade tá ok, não tá dando ramido, não tá dando nada. Tá perfeito, você está ouvindo a gente. Não, deixa eu pegar aqui meu rádio pra mim poder tentar escutar vocês. Só um momentinho. Eu vou pro canal. A Rita tá no de inglês, né? Deixa eu vir aqui pro 47 só.
Pronto, tô no de inglês.
Pronto, agora eu tô no 47. Mas eu tô me escutando.
Tá.
Aí a Rita tem que falar.
Oi, tá me ouvindo no inglês?
Perfeito.
Pronto. Então, tô te ouvindo super bem. Será que talvez não fosse a base mesmo, né? Que estivesse longe, não sei.
É, vou ter que analisar o que que é. Não seria a base do microfone, não.
Não? Porque, olha, agora tá perfeito.
Isso, tá ótimo. Eu só tenho que analisar o que que é.
Tá. Você quer que a gente espere aqui?
Pera, né? Que o
Pronto.
46 é o direto. Deixa eu ver aqui. O Maurício tá
Uhum.
no
Tá no
Spanish.
espanhol. Isso.
40. Tá só um momentinho. Pronto. Maurício? Perfeito. Tá ótimo. Sim, sim, eu vi. Eu tentei, através do de português, como eu coloquei direto na interface, eu coloquei meu fone diretamente na saída, como se fosse vocês. Tipo, eu tava na cal, entendeu? Isso. Isso, foi alguma coisa em relação, mandando o áudio pra cá, pro Zoom. Sim, não, eu vou averiguar o que que aconteceu. Ó, assim, uma das coisas que eu fiz aqui pode ter resolvido. Eu vou testar no teste depois pra poder ver o que que foi.
Uhum.
Beleza. Ok. Ok. Nada. Isso. No grupo também tá todo mundo aqui direitinho. Ok, valeu. Boa tarde. Até logo. A sala tá se